Hello, Lolo. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/smile too. And if you're watching on YouTube and you like what you see, maybe leave a like, maybe leave a comment, maybe earn a little subscribe. And if you don't succeed, feel free to leave a dislike and tell me why. Either way, I hope you're having a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Here, let me switch to music. I get the game up and rolling. Where? Yeah, I'm. Alright, I am blind. There it is. And as always, ignore the kitty. He still hasn't adjusted it. As I've said, he'll get there eventually. I want to believe. I don't know if he actually will, actually. But, we're trying. We're gonna. Yeah. So, let me... Yeah, we have feathers in there because we do this way. Things are changed up. It's not gonna be grand or perfect, but it'll work for what we're doing. So we could continue working on this. There's only a few barrels left kind of needed. Or actually, I want to work... I just remembered again what I want to work on. That is the vault. I need more stuff, mind you. But I think it'll look good when I'm done, right? Right? The question becomes, do I want to... How do I want to do it? And mind you, the only way down is going to be here, right? Totally safe. I need to figure out how I want to deal with the wall as well. And my way out. Because obviously the way in can't be the way out. Well, I suppose there's going to be a little alley here, right? So we could have... Because it's going to match that. In the middle of this alley. I need to figure out where my shovel is, but for the moment, we just dig down a second. Yeah. I already knew I wasn't there yet, but still. Here. Yeah. What we could do here... We can start putting kind of some of this in here. Like so. Okay. And again. There. I should probably add more as well. I can go get some andesite and do that. Probably, but, oh wait, I'm not even gonna need it to be that low. Because this is the floor. I just remembered. We want... We don't need to worry about that. Because that's not the floor. This is. And so it's actually the perfect size. Super easy to forget that's how it's gonna work. Let's remove this one and finish up the area. Might still do the other two as well, just enough that you, like, you're not gonna be able to see that. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a wall here as well, but then it will shoot up into the alley. Effectively. Yeah. So there's that. I should decide how I want the road to look, because I want it to be kind of... I mean, it's gonna be a back kind of alley road, right? It doesn't have to be the clean, polished... Well, polish is the wrong word, but... It doesn't have to be like the main road. Alright, Alright. Yeah. Alright, I need to sleep, and then we'll do this again. We'll go on to the next one. And so on and so forth. I don't know why I love the fact that just is the thunk thunk. I know I could have probably figured something else out, probably, but I just didn't want to. Alright, so there are adult chickens in there. I do see it. But I want to let that be more majority. Let there be more of them. Then kill a whole bunch at once, because that'll make the loss of the baby chickens that it starts over there not so bad. But yeah, it's a 3-wide road. Let's make it a little, it's gonna be a little sketch, but I think it'll do. So I want some cobble. Definitely want some of these. A little bit more than that, actually. There we go. Then like that. Alright. Heyo, Thomas. I'm sorry to hear that. How you doing today? I didn't even... You're right. Yeah, you're right. I guess you you missed the Stardew. Fair enough. I guess. Alright, I'll area. I hope you at least managed to get a good night's sleep. As you know. Anyway, yeah, I get that. It happens. But, yeah. All you missed was Stardew. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to go ba-ba-ba. Ba. Ba. And actually, I need one more thing. Anyway, as you can see, we're gonna work on the vault a little bit to start with. See if we can't get some chickens. We're not gonna get a lot of meat, but we're gonna grow up a bunch of chickens and then we'll get a lot of meat that way. Num num num. Alright, alright. I also need... just to be sure. Yeah. It's an alley. I mean, I know it's not the most obvious since it's kind of... but I wasn't gonna work on the valley till I had, like, the building more in place. Or the alley, rather. But why did I say valley? But then I realized, oh, wait. I need a way out of the place, right? And if I need a way out, I need a way to, yeah. Anyway, so... yes, it is an alley. Alright, and then this one is the Silk Touch. I don't want to just... create a little bit of, like, just got a little drum on there. There. I don't know, I mean... just trying to figure out how I want to do it. Alright, I kind of like the idea of just kind of having a little bit there and all that. I should probably get some more basalt so that I can add another couple spots in here and there. It's kind of hard to do because it doesn't exactly look right, but what I'm kind of trying to do is like have it look like there was like a different kind of road, and that this is just the current road, kind of like, so you got the marks here and there of what would be more like this. I know it doesn't really look like that, and I'm not gonna pretend it does, but actually, crap. All right. Yeah. We're just gonna do it there. There. So it's just a. Kind of like just it sticks out. And obviously the reason being because, well, I mean, I would imagine you can guess. It's raining. Right. Anyway. I mean, honestly, it's already mostly done as a little alleyway, so. But it does show me I didn't really think about how to bring it forward. I suppose the most obvious way is just to kind of like that. Yeah. Let me sleep. But ironically, I mean, we're actually getting some work done on the alley. We may as well be able to get work done on the building. Oh wait, I was gonna get more basalt. And I guess I'll also get some. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. More items. As long as I'm here, it's anyway, right? There we go. Let's do another 8. I'm curious. I don't think it works, but can we do it? Oh, it can. Okay, cool. Because that's what I did. Oh, let me grab a frog light really quickly as well. And the trapdoors. And what's on top again? Is that andesite or tough? Tough. Alright. Yeah. Tough is... Did I determine? No. Oh, do I not have a place for it yet? Is that what it is? I think that must be what it is. Yeah. Alright, I've got 2. Just gonna grab another 2. Alright. There. And then, of course, we need a green frog light. Some purple ones. And the purple ones... Oh, that's right. Because I've got all the other ones over by the wall. For the project. But I'm going to take some for this. Actually, I need one right now. There we go. Alright. So we're gonna climb up this way. Alright, Oh, almost forgot. I almost forgot the most important bit. We can't forget our trapdoors. They're kind of necessary. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. I don't think this will interfere with anything but the building, right? Yeah. So we do this here, here, and there. Easy. Yeah. Alright. So that's another light. As you go down the street, there's going to be just little lights here and there, right? Honestly, it already looks more street-like just doing that. I should build up this building as well, but I haven't yet. Oh, and there's another one that goes here. Maybe I should do a second one. Yeah, it doesn't take a whole lot to really change the vibe. I'm being honest. Which is nice. Yeah. And then obviously for the road we have... I could probably put in some more road actually, but... What I really need is like a bunch of black stone trees. I probably will need to make a gold farm at some point. Which is why I want to kind of get my froglight farm situated. Because then I can have where it's near my gold farm, but like where I picked to be is where... what I would be doing, because at this point, I mean, I did the rail thing, but honestly, to actually have gold would be useful, and that I'm sure there's a way to duplicate, but I'm just not looking for that. I might as well just exploit the way they haven't nerfed yet. Even if it will take ages. Right? And a good example of what we can do Take these. Honestly, what I like kind of about the diary as far as in the road is it looks a little bit like it is painted. I mean, look at that. It's just got that, it's with the blackstone, like it's painted over it. I mean, the undone version would be even better, but I don't have that, so. Alright, so it's every 3. 3. So, but sure, I mean, we're gonna have this road come together, we're gonna have everything come together. I want to add wear and tear as well, obviously, but I just... yeah. Getting the buildings a little bit more in would also help a lot. Oops, I didn't mean to do it that way. What I was looking for was this thing. Here, let's make more banners. It's like this, right? And I might as well have yellow dye. I have some bones here. Let's just quickly do what we do. Alright. I might set up some spots just for dye, but, because it was, I think, a yellow one, right? I need to check. Might not have been. Might have been white. We'll see. This was a white banner, okay. I mean, this can be used as well for something later. Go make a white banner. I need more wool. I think we should make a, well, not... I need stick. Wait. I don't think I have any sticks in here right now. Don't want to use that. We'll just use the stuff that always works a lot. Well, rather, blah. Alright. I'll probably try to use the yellow one to see if I can't do something different with that, but... Alright. Then we can copy by doing it like this, yeah? Yeah. I need more wool. I'm gonna go get more wool. And then I'm going to make more for this side. Because I think that it just looks interesting. Luckily I have clippers. Off we go. But I don't know, I like the idea of kind of getting the street more in order and everything as well. Like, I've worked on the walls so much, but the wall's the backdrop to the city. And I'd like to get some city done as well. If for no other reason than just to kind of be, like, able to climb up and really see the wall for what it is. I mean, that's how it goes, but... yes. Going for vibes. I mean, obviously the whole thing is also just because all that's going to be inside a lot of them are like farms or whatever, but I mean, I don't know. I think it's important to kind of have some stuff like that. Considering I don't really like to do combat and exploration. What? Oh wow, we did quite a bit. But that ship just gave me 4 somehow. So the building. I gotta have the building good. Because obviously that's the only thing I got. Up and over. Let me, actually, I'm on the wrong side, but it's easier to get to over here. I should do this as well, like that side as well. Beat up, all that. Because roads are important too. Grab the, wait, I need 4 yellow lights, right? Because it's for that warm, feeling. Yeah, I don't think it really matters that much what I'm using. It really doesn't, but I want it to match. Alright. Cool. We can go back and through. Just gonna make 2 of these so that we can make 2 more of these. Like I said, I'll probably do a different design for others, but for this, I think this is fine. Yeah. I do wish banners could be set higher or like more adjusted, or we had something more akin to curtains, because that would be a lot easier, but we do not have that, so I can't do something more kind of in line with what I'd like to do. Yeah. Unfortunately. Alright, I need another half stack. And of course, boom. Kinda. Honestly, I feel like banners are fine because banners are a thing that exists. But it is the kind of thing where it's like, have banners. If we have banners, we should also have things like I did not do that right. It has to be done like this. The irony is, what I should do to make it look perfect is we do this. I think it is what I did with the other one, right? Yeah. See? It's not perfect, but it does things for just vibes. But no, I honestly feel like I think that banners aren't... If it wasn't for the fact that they basically don't have other things, I think banners would be fine. It just feels weird that they don't have things like flags or just a form of curtain. Like a flag, at least you could kind of like have, but it's just, I don't know, some sort of cloth block that does cover in that way. You don't even have to call it. Just, I don't know. And I know it's the whole furniture thing again, but you still have to think about it. I don't know. It's kind of thing where it's like, I get the vibe, I get the intentions, I get that. It's just, yeah, or at least a sideways banner could be interesting. For flags, because, yeah, that would make some sense. I think the biggest issue with it that I think I really see, though, is it really is just... They clearly lack imagination. You know? Like, they claim that it's to prevent the stifling of creativity, but they add bloat items and nothing creative. Or really that can be used in the same creative way other than, like, we can make shadows. It's like, yeah, that's kind of great. Or like once or twice, but when every update is kind of along the lines of just more, it becomes like what happened to the whole creativity thing. Like, is this to prevent stifling of creativity and kind of thing? The limited palette allows for. I don't know. I honestly... If I'm being completely honest, I think they've got issues that they need to work out for themselves. Clearly. Alright. And I don't know how they do that, but that's kind of more on them. At this point, yeah. Anyway, I think the real answer is they need to work out what they want to do with their game. And then go from there. It might seem like a negative point of view, but I honestly think it'd be a healthier way than just continuing forward as if nothing is wrong. And I know I don't mean this in like a that they. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I go back to the biome thing. The concept for being able to get to every biome and everything at this point is stupidly crazy. And the reasons to go to most of them is pretty lacking. And I'd argue that that's a symptom of this just kind of overlying lack of identity. And you know, that's where I'd go with it. Minecraft has basically hit a point where they're having like a lack of identity. They're kind of hitting their midlife crisis. They're trying all these different things. It feels like. But they just can't figure out what they want. You know what I mean? I mean, probably not. Yeah. They're and so they're like, I guess I'd use like partially like, they're clearly using the fans' reactions to decide, and the problem is, like, people have different ideas of what they think the game is, so they try different things, but it doesn't really work because at the end of the day, what makes Minecraft is the fact that it's something different for everybody. Some people like the horror aspects. Some people like the building aspects. Some people like the redstone aspects. But you can't basically throw random crap every time and hope that something will stick. You have to have an idea of what's really going into it and stuff. And I honestly think that right now they have an issue with that, because it's like... Well, some people want to build, right? So they stick in a bunch of building stuff, but then everybody else is like, but I don't want to just build. That's not what I'm looking for in a game. So then they don't have where everybody wants that, and then they try something different. They always go back to building. But they don't want to add the things that would be interesting to building, right? They don't want to add vertical slabs because they feel that stifles creativity. But it's like, at the end of the day, I'm going to say something cruel, but at the end of the day, who cares? People can be creative even with the different things. They need to make decisions. I think that's the real answer. Work through their crap. And, I mean, the thing is, like, I don't think that... I just feel like their updates have become so unfocused. Again, I mean, obviously they were unfocused originally kind of as well, but... But, like, once you start focusing on trying to actually having themes and stuff, you need to kind of stick to that. Can't reach that little last bit of goodness. Alright. Because I mean, I have to do it. I could do this another way, probably, actually. Problem is that I suppose what I could do when I want to add more to the system is I just do this. There we go. Alrighty. But yeah, overall, I don't know. I feel like I think that's the biggest thing, though, is it feels like the game has lost any sense of direction it had finally gained. Or rather, started to gain again, I'd say, because obviously there was the focus towards making the storyline up till, like, the end. Then they kind of had a few wishy-washy, and then they started again with improving things, like the Village and Pillage update and stuff, and the ocean, and the update Aquatic. Which made sense. Those were things that needed updating. And then they just stopped with Caves and Cliffs. And now they're just adding random junk. That more than anything else will just cause bloat in the system rather than going, okay, this also needs to be fixed, adjusted, or whatever. And I'm not saying that they have to be like 100% all the time. I'm saying the dogs kind of got updated, but the biggest problem with dogs they did not fix, which is the AI. I mean, that's the kind of thing I'd say they need to do an update on. It might be annoying, it might be, but now that they're doing drops, it's like they can just argue it's a small update, or a drop. Have a improved AI for the animals. And villagers and stuff. That would be nice. Not have them walk off a cliff. Or into lava, or... Like, I'm not going to say that they can't die to, like, monsters or anything, but at least make it so that they don't walk into lava or powdered snow. Real animals aren't that stupid. Well, okay, most real animals aren't that stupid, and as far as, like, pets go, they really are that. So, yeah. And that honestly is how I feel, kind of. Just when left with, it's like... Those are the kinds of things to focus on. To find... Especially to, like, fall into your groove and everything, right? You can update the AI, or you can update, the way grass generates, maybe. Maybe you can adjust, like, I'm not saying, like, you maybe can change the biome, but it'd be nice to be able to take the grass you like and move it elsewhere. And maybe they make it now work like it's grass or mycelium, and it's like whatever grows in, but like if you had a dirt floor and you put down maybe jungle grass, I don't know why I'm saying this, because it's just a building thing again, but just vibe-wise it'd be nice to not have to rely on because again, this is a sandbox game at the end of the day, if that's what they're going for. If they're going for a creepy vibe kind of thing, then they need to do an update on biomes in general. Add things like mist or fog, add biomes that really do rain all the time and never stop raining. That is a great way to kind of bring down the mood. There's a reason why, like, many horror game will either have the environment be super foggy, misty, or raining, or both. Add more uses to sniffers that are actual uses. I mean, that's something that I feel like is also kind of missed. Like, yes, the new flowers are pretty, but that's all they are. Whereas like yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of things. I really do. And the irony is every time they add something new, they basically add something to the list that now needs an update. Which, like, I don't know. You know what? Here's what I'm going to say. I don't understand what the obsession is with... I mean, I could think of a reason, but it's not a good reason. Hello, Chaotic Fox. You're just in time to hear me rant about Minecraft again. Oh wait, I don't want to use these. I always rant when I play this one. The sad thing is, like, I actually like Minecraft, but... I feel like they really, My night's going well. I just, as I said... Literally ended up ranting again. I don't know why. I just do. Alright, this can go in here. But no, I'm doing good. Because honestly, I feel like their updates have been lackluster. And the irony is, I don't think it's for the reasons, like, I don't think they need a unique loot kind of thing or whatever, right? I think they just... They're all a mess. You know? Like, I feel like the Pale Garden, I said it before, I still say it. What I think they should have done is some simple structures that don't need new loot. One of which they already had. That just kind of makes it more garden-y. I.e. like a hedge maze. That's my big one. I also think they should... I obviously, like most other people, I think they should be foggy there. But I also think it should rain. I don't disagree. I was just saying that the update just... I think they... Like, you could see... I'm not telling you to go look at the VODs, but I've done what I think overall, like... Because I've gone to mess with the... I messed with the preview version. Day before Halloween, I think. But what I'm saying is, I don't think they need new... Like, the thing is, I don't think it needed new loot or anything. I think the resin is kind of ugly. And not going to be a reason to stick around. Especially since you're probably going to be able to get all the items without ever going to a Pale Garden, which is kind of dumb. If I'm being honest. But it's like I said, I feel like garden structures, very, very basic, very, very simple ones. Maybe a garden shed, maybe a hedge maze. What do you mean, not many gray blocks? I mean, gray. Basically turned gray. Gray. I mean, they have nothing but gray blocks. Of every color. White blocks, I would agree with. They don't have very many white blocks, but like... I feel like they need more... Like, I honestly feel like they need more colors like purple. To go better with the purple. And stuff to like start trying to focus on doing that. I mean, it's fair. I'm just saying. I don't think they needed variations of gray. And I honestly feel like it should have been another biome, personally. With everything they describe it as, I feel like the issues that they've kind of got there. I said another biome, as in the nether. Nether. I think that the Pale Garden should have been another biome. It would have made a lot more sense. Twisted trees, they're a little bit different than... Yeah. And that's what I'm specifying. I think it should have been a biome in the Nether. A twisted version of the trees that exist, right? Unique, spooky things, which, by the way, don't really fit in the overworld. Yeah, underground, sure. They've done that, but... Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I think it would have made a lot more sense that way. Also, you can argue that's the Nether's version of a garden, because there's not really a whole lot of other plants that are like trees and stuff, right? I don't know. I don't understand... Or do you mean why not really belonging to the other world? I think I meant more along the lines of just the vibes of what they do. Up until now, the biomes for the overworld, they're just not underground. They're not a cave biome. Not really. I actually played around with it. It's super boring. It's like the trail chambers. It's like, why... It's a thing just to be a thing. It's not been thought out. New things... It's basically going to be useless within about 2 days of it coming out. Which I don't think is smart. Literally, it's just a dark forest that's been desaturated. I mean, that basically is it. I mean... See, that's the problem. Otherwise, it just kind of bloat to the game. They could have added these trees to the sniffer and given the sniffer more uses, along with the flowers and other things. But they didn't. They wanted to have the creaking, but the creaking... literally what you're going to do is you're going to... this is the thing I'm still left with. Like, killing the creaking does nothing, right? So instead, you need to put it in like basically a 1x1 hole and torture it its entire existence. Like, what? I have to say, I don't understand why that's the way Minecraft thinks things should be. Like, oh, killing is bad, but torturing the creatures in question until, like, for the rest of their lives. But to get the resin, you have to put it in a hole and continue to beat it. As it cannot move because you're looking at it. In fact, now you'll be able to have your dogs beat it up for you while you're gathering the resin. My point is, instead of just having it be when you destroy the heart, right? You have a chance of getting a certain amount. You have to literally torture, basically. They don't want you to kill creatures because they don't want kids to do that, right? No. They've made it pretty clear they want you to don't want you to get anything if you like killing it. So instead, like, I think a big one to me was the armadillo. What you're doing literally to the armadillo, if you actually think about it in real life terms, is you are brushing the armadillo so much and so hard that you are taking off its skin. Yet it does not die. It effectively does it does not, it's in real life, that would kill the armadillo. So instead of teaching kids that when the creature dies, this exists, it's instead saying, oh, I don't disagree. My point was about the reason why. They don't want people to do it because they don't want people to kill animals in real life. Specifically kids. They don't want kids to be emulating that kind of thing. It's the same reason they won't add fireflies. What if a kid feeds a firefly to a frog? Instead, you feed lava. You feed fire to the frog, which, by the way, would kill the frog much quicker than the firefly would. Most frogs will not die to the fireflies. They'll get a tummy ache first and foremost. They'll get very sick, but there is a chance to save the frog from that. You cannot save a frog from fire. And I think it'd be fine if they didn't keep doing things or saying things like that. So I'm not saying it's because it's a video game. I'm saying because of how the company views it. Not saying anybody necessarily would. I'm saying by their logic. Because to get frog lights, you feed frogs magma cubes, right? Magma cubes are basically balls of magma. In fact, they are. Magma burns. Fire burns. Yeah, that's a thing. In the game. Yeah. See, that's the thing with the game. I'm saying it's like, what is with their... Like, this is like the fourth in a row, because if you think about the sniffer, it's like lock them in a hole to continuously dig up. I'm just saying the actual logic that should have been used rather than the Minecraft, the people at Mojang going, oh, but what if kids kill things? What if it teaches kids to kill, or kids do the blah, blah. It's like, it's a video game. See, I do agree with that. My point is more along the lines, so what are you teaching the kids instead? Huh? No. I mean, they... True. Problem is, their AI isn't very good. And you can't have them go off because they'll disappear. Well, I mean, the biggest reason they're trying to farm them is because there's no other way to get them, right? And this is something I think is kind of dumb. Because they wanted you to use the sniffer. I don't disagree. I'm saying by their logic, it's weird. Notice, I didn't say, oh, they can't do that. I said it's very, very strange that they don't want kids to kill things because they don't want people to kill things in real life. Don't understand the connection, but okay. And so instead, they're teaching kids to torture animals. And I find that very, very strange, if that's their logic. Note, I never said that I agree with it. I play a lot of video games. I'm not necessarily, I don't consider myself a gamer really, but... I live in Florida. I know quite a bit about armadillos. Their shell is basically their skin. If you're taking off that, they're taking off their skin to make the dog armor. It'd be one and this is why I say it should have been to kill the armadillos, because, well, A, armadillos are a nuisance pest and an invasive species in Florida. And in a lot of other places as well. Then you should know. Their logic basically is you brush them. That's my point. If you've looked at an armadillo, they're scoots that you brush off them. I'm more concerned about their mental, like their logic. That this is the fourth time in a row that this is basically it. And notice, I'm just trying to explain it. I don't care that much. I find it disturbing, the pattern, over and over and over. But that's their logic and what they do with it, but that's a different issue. I feel like the updates overall are quite lackluster. Because instead of doing things that would tie it together, they kind of just go, well, we'll throw this in there as well. Which is dumb. Notice, I'm not saying they should add new loot or whatever. I'm saying they should add something to the Pale Garden to make it more unique. I'm saying, like I said, I think they aren't around animals enough. I think that's my biggest thing with it. But beyond that, my bigger issue is with the updates themselves. And to me, what I find weird is the way they do things. Oh, I don't know. Except they aren't. They spend like, I mean, the thing is, they actually spend like 2 months of the year not working on the game. Which is fine. That's their prerogative. Because they have their summer month and then they take a month in winter. Like 2 weeks to a month, depending. And then I get super confused because it's... You have a right to a vacation. I find it weird that as a video game company that they choose to fully turn their brain off for a full month in a row. But that's my own thing. As somebody who's had to do a lot of, like, does a lot of creative stuff, you don't just like go, oh. And I still say, I think whatever a competitor wants to do with Minecraft, if they want to have the actual chance at beating out Minecraft, literally all they're going to have to do is wait for an update to come out, and then they'll have their best chance, like the big update, you know? I stream. I don't get breaks, because I stream. And I am left with, it's like, so I do get that. Like, literally. Because, like, I've had to do it for when I'm sick, and then Twitch definitely, that's what it does. The irony is, having an actual 9-to-5 job means you tend to get paid leave in America. About 2 weeks to 4 weeks worth, but over the course of a year. I'm not saying that vacation is bad. I'm saying it's very strange choices of when they take their vacations, honestly. And again, I don't think that's the biggest issue. Their updates... Yes, but we also get Saturdays and Sundays off typically, 9 times out of 10. Whereas most other countries do not get Saturdays off. So, I mean, by that logic, technically, but again, it's not, I don't even want to pull into this. My bigger issue is with, like, it doesn't take much to fix to add just something. Yes, because they pay a lot of tax money for it. But beyond that, that doesn't really matter, because that's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about the fact that their updates, there's not a lot to it. Like I said, honestly, I think, like, for example, the Pale Garden, a hedge maze, maybe a garden shed that you can occasionally find. Something that just is gardening for a garden. Yeah, it was more in line with the whole... It's weird that they want to, like, take the whole time off. No, it's that they literally show them going and seeing animals and stuff. So it's like, that's more what it was. Like, Jed, with the summer holiday, that's where I was actually going to go with it. More than anything else. So, like, he went and saw kangaroos. It's like... So they should have some idea how actual live animals work, if they care about that. Again, I don't care about the video game logic making sense to the real world. That's them. I'm not the one that cares about it being real life, okay? I say it's like a video game. They're the ones that constantly go on about it, so I'm saying it's very strange. That was it. Now we finish that and go back to what I was saying. I honestly think... Again, another thing, and here's the thing. Here's why I think there should be a gray rock that they should have added. I've got a simple one. Cherry blossom forest. There's nothing here. It's already needs... The moment it came out, it already needed an update. This is the cherry blossom forest. That's literally all they did with it. And it was fine because it was part of another update. It's not a glaring issue, necessarily. It's okay. I think it'd be better if they had darker colored grass. It would look more in line with everything. Not really. It was a new tree and new flowers. This is the biome. This is literally it. And there's nothing else to them. Yes. What's the reason to come here other than to get the tree saplings once? And I've built here. I've messed around with this area. I have an entire cherry blossom forest, okay? I really and truly have actually played around with these places to look at things, see how they could have done things, all that. And yeah. Except the problem is that literally would replace, if that cherry blossom had been right here instead, it would have replaced the fort, or the village. The village would not exist. The Pale Garden is literally going to get rid of several mansions because it's going to replace the Dark Oak Forest and everything in it, because it's a twisted version of it. But there's no replacement. There's nothing else for it. And the Dark Oak, like for example, the Dark Oak Mansion is already a very rare structure, right? So what they're doing is making the structure even rarer to add a new biome that has no reason to go to it more than once. There's nothing truly unique about it. It's super blah. Hello, thank you for the first time chat. Ouchie Super. I hope you're doing well. I don't think you understand. It would mean that instead of having a like you have it be where there'll be seeds, where instead of having a chance, like a very small chance of finding the mansion within 10,000 blocks, it'll potentially go to no chances within 10,000 blocks because it'll be replaced by a Pale Garden. And there's no anything else to find instead. To me, I think that's not good game design. You're basically making it so that the chance that someone might have to see something interesting, rare, and cool, and instead you're gonna have a biome. I don't know. Ask them. It's the kind of thing I'm left with. That's why I said there's already too many biomes that haven't been given any updates that kind of need them. And that's more my point. I don't know. There's a thousand ways for them to be able to do things, but they don't choose to. That's not true. There's a limited amount of space. That's a problem to be like... I hate to tell you this, but literally, every time they add a new biome, that makes less space for other biomes. Okay, so you're... Actually, no, it's not. You can argue it's near infinite, but it's not an infinite world. It's only like, I think it's like 13 million blocks, so you could argue it's big, but it's not infinite. They got rid of that because it caused the Farlands. Plus, no computer can handle it. Yes, but there's only a certain amount of space to go to. Also, every single block that you can get in the Pale Garden, you'll be able to get from a... Most computers cannot handle... Okay, as a Bedrock user, I'm going to explain something to you as somebody who's played on the phone for years, before I ever went to anything else. And quite a large average of people play on their phone or their Switch or their PS5 or whatever. You really only can go to about 10,000 blocks out before your device starts glitching. Oftentimes. Maybe you can go farther, but 10,000 blocks is about the limit on every direction. And then it kind of gets too big, because that's when it starts getting to being over about 500 megabytes to a gig big, which most devices don't have the space for. That means that you only really have that 10,000 blocks, right? Now within that 10,000 blocks, in each direction, you only have a limited amount of space. I don't know why I'm explaining this, because you don't understand actual logic. In other words, you don't actually have... Whenever they add a new biome, you literally have less of a chance to find other biomes. My Bedrock world on... I'm gonna be really cruel to you then. People who don't like the Pale Garden are now going to be stuck with a lot more Pale Gardens and not other things that they do like, because that's going to be how they make it more likely to show up. Well, then you want to see the game die. I hate to tell you this, because not everybody wants to see only new things. In fact, new things can kill a game more than... Think of it like this. Other than... And I can honestly say this, because my Bedrock world, I do not have any snow covered, like, at all, other than on mountains. So if they do the villager update, I probably will stop playing Bedrock, because it will make me that mad. Because I've tried, and I've tried, but within the reasonable amount of blocks, it's not possible. Yeah. Well, here's an example. The thing is, if it becomes coupled with the, they want to do the villager update, right? In which you can only get certain trades from certain places. Well, that's all well and good until you realize you never can get a snow-covered biome that's the kind of biome that would have what you want to buy. Because they're both new things. You want only new, you don't want updated, you don't want fixed, you don't want cleaned up, you don't want actually thought out updates, you just want new. That's what that leads to. And it kills games. You did. You said it's exciting because it's new. Pale Garden has nothing to it other than a pale tree, a mob that does basically nothing. Your argument for why I said it's a boring update is that it was new. And that's cool because it's new stuff. There's nothing else to that biome. There's nothing for that biome. I don't know how to explain this to you. Literally, it's a copy-paste tree. The grass is almost literally the same as some other biomes. It's supposed to be spooky, but they're not going to add anything like fog or anything because... Oh, but it's supposed to be a twisted dark oak forest. And I would love to be proven wrong, but they have started saying these things themselves at this point. There's nothing to this biome that has a reason to exist at this point. They could have added pale oak to other things. They could have added it to the nether, where it could have made some sense. They could have added it to the end. I don't care. But as an overworld biome, where there's so many biomes that still haven't had updates and things, I honestly think it's not its own thing, though. It's going to be, I can buy everything from the Wandering Trader, other than maybe the resin. So why would I go to the Pale Forest? And if I can buy resin from the Wandering Trader, there's going to be no reason to go at all. It's just going to exist. I'll have the new wood. I've seen it. It's going to literally just look like a dark oak forest that's pale. It's... Except I've explored this world. I would have to go out past 10,000 blocks to go see this new biome. I need a reason to go see it. If there's no reason, why would I go looking for it? And that's more my point. I don't think it necessarily... I've said I think that small updates would be great. I don't know how to explain how updates like that do kill games. And other things too, by the way. And I honestly feel like it's very strange when they're basically going, oh, well, the trees shouldn't be different because they're dark oak forest. Again, it's like, have they never seen how Spanish moss actually works with trees? Clearly not. But you can even look that up on the internet. It makes them bow over. It's a very low effort update in a lot of ways. And I don't care that... I know it's a drop. I'm not saying that they should... I'm just saying if I can throw something together in 5 minutes that makes the update look a little bit better, look a lot more like, well, you know, you can go there. Why is it that they're just like, no, that can't be done? And then yes, you can say it's the red tape and stuff. But I don't know, I just wish that the updates actually were update things that could use an update and not add more bloat. Especially for someone who's in a single player world. I mean, for me, I will never use half the things they add nowadays. Because why would I? This update comes out next month. You know that, right? At least it's supposed to. But the problem is, it's like, for example, this. The forest. They still haven't updated it. Done anything with it, right? Yeah. And they never will. because instead they'll continue to add bloat to the game. And that's what I don't like. I'm left with... Pale Garden is kind of interesting. It was interesting at first. I was like, if they were going to add some things to it that would actually make it garden-like. No. They added flowers because somebody said... They're just... This forest... The last time they updated the forest would be over 5 years ago. You can argue it's newer. But there you go. That's something I said they could add that would be super easy and simple. Now, didn't I? To the Pale Garden. They already have the ability to make a hedge maze because it was in their little April Fool's update. Change the leaves that are in it, and you have a structure that would be nice and interesting and different. It doesn't have to have anything else to it. Maybe it has a little bit of loot in there. I'm more explaining it in a way that can be understood. The desire for just new things kills games. It's kind of been proven. When they don't go back and they fix up other things as well. It's unfortunate. It's similar to other things as well. I'm not saying that you specifically think you want the game to die. I'm saying that those desires do lead to a game dying. I don't know how else to explain it, though. I am very blunt. I'm gonna be honest. Because I don't really know any other way to be. And I know it's annoying. And I know it sounds like I'm just trying to explain. It really can destroy games. And the thing is, if they decide there's not enough Pale Gardens, what they'll do is they'll just completely replace entire Dark Oak. And something I kind of like, I was kind of showed a little bit on when I was playing around with the snapshot, right? Yes. I didn't say I didn't. I said, if you feel that it should just all be new, and they shouldn't update anything else, and that it just... And your only reason it's cool is that it's new. It's really not. And what else is there for it? What else is there to this biome other than it's new and you get white wood, but there's 1,000 other ways to have the white wood? As in, they could have given it as a use to the sniffer. They could have given it to so many things. But the thing is, the more people show them they want new things, or they like the news, and they don't like go, we just do want things updated, the more they'll go, well, that's what people want. And they never focus on the other stuff. I don't know how to explain it to you in a way you can understand. I know I'm not a game designer, so I'm not going to say I'm like 100%. But what I can say is I have played games for quite a while at this point. And I've watched different games and things, and there's two things that can kill a game, right? No, I do agree. They can do whatever they want. But I'm looking forward to all the ones that are making their own thing already. I think to me that's the biggest thing, though. I actually like Minecraft. Notice, I'm here. I built. I do. I don't know why I let you derail me from what I was doing, but that's why I say I look at it and I go, this is gonna kill the game. Not because I don't like it. Not, I play it. I play so many different versions. the problem's gonna be once you get there. It's like I honestly, I thought maybe the snapshot would feel like more, but it's just like, it's so... No, I was gonna rant about what I think they should kind of think about doing at this point. I honestly think that they should stop claiming they don't want to do furniture because creativity, because pots exist now. I think that's dumb. They should come up with a new reason at least, you know? I've ranted about... I rant most about the ancient city. You have no idea. Like me when I go on a real rant. Honestly, though. That was just... I don't know how to explain it to you. That this is going to... This is... Updates are good for a game. And I don't disagree with that. To some extent. Updates that add... In this case... Like, I know it's a drop. So I'm not going to pretend that it's 100% like as it should be the most fancy thing, but... It's a tree. I have a mob. It's like... It's literally the meme. It's life. I know I'm extremely controversial. That's just how I am. But the fact is, we can discuss. I just don't know how to explain sometimes when I'm trying to explain what I mean. And it will come off as brash and blunt and not necessarily what you want to hear. But... I'm not going to stop you from saying what you want to say. Notice I'm not banning you either. To some people it is. Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm just saying to some people it is. But things that I wish they... I'm glad this time so far, actually. I've had a whole hour and a half. And I haven't been attacked by pillager. Like, that's the thing I think they need to, like, at least somewhat fix. You never know. But it's more like, I know I don't like talk. It's the way the world is. But beyond that, I more meant the, like, for example, think of it like this. My favorite Zelda game is still Skyward Sword. I didn't say you meant anything. I'm just saying as a general rule. You go onto anywhere on the internet, and what was the one thing that was for ages and ages? How horrible that game is. Oh. No. I'm just saying some people do. Which I think is dumb. That's more my point. Like, I'm not gonna, like, deny you your opinion. Or say anything. It's like, you gotta get to the point... Yeah, and not that I would... It's not like a threat. It's just literally... I'm not gonna do that. Hey, there we go. Well, then you should know, you go on the internet, and for years, they just, like, over and over, it's like, oh, it's that. It's just like, it's a great game. It's actually quite a bit of fun. I love it. I like Tears of the Kingdom, too, by the way. I thought it was fun. I like Echoes of Wisdom. I think they each have their own thing, and they each are fun. But it's like, you go on, it's just like, you'll see a lot. Yeah. But, so, yeah, people who are after you for your opinion, but it's not, like... Yeah. Honestly, I enjoyed... Yeah, Echoes is... I think each game has been interesting and fun, and Yeah. And that's how I feel with them. I like Stardew Valley. I'm not gonna like I'm it's how I am. I'm not gonna pretend I'm not. I'm not gonna, but it's more like, I don't know how to explain it. But I don't expect anyway, but going back to, so one of the things, alright, you wanna know one of the worst things about the game? Or Minecraft? It drives me crazy. I am going to acknowledge it's more, I don't think it's, I don't think this one's controversial at all, but I also acknowledge it's probably because of my Asperger's that I'm mostly so obsessed with this, but, like, I will continue to go on about it until they fix it. So, the ancient city. I have one here, but I'm not going down to it, because I refuse to go look at it. It's so... They're roads and everything, right? So they have their roads be odd number wide. No. It's not that. It's not that. So, like, the road will be 3 wide, right? And then the structure will be, like... The bridge is 6 wide, so it looks like this, basically. It drives me insane. And then the biggest one is the central statue. The statue, so the building around the statue is an odd number of blocks around, right? No. It gets worse. So the wall around the statue is an odd number of blocks. The statue itself is even numbered to make the portal an even number of blocks. And so it doesn't fit. It also looks like it's been cut off and stuff. It's so frustrating. And see, the thing is, on my Bedrock world, I was working on, I started out by trying to renovate a ancient city. I gave up on doing that because it's just... Yeah. Well, beyond that, it's like you start going through, like you try to fix up the city. Like 90% of the well, not 90, okay. 75% of the buildings are the little temple buildings, the little stage play stuff and all that, right? And it's like, people wouldn't live in these. This isn't a city. This is a campus. And I think it'd have been fun if it was called, like, the Ancient Campus. I think it could have been an interesting idea. And you can leave it very vague as whether it was a scientific, like, science, or you could be, like, a... whatever. But it's not a city. And it drives me insane because the buildings they make sure are there. Yeah. The problem is its name is literally Ancient City. And I don't know. The buildings they guarantee are there are the shrine ones. It's like, but the public bath that they've got a bath one, right? Nope, that's not guaranteed to be in there. Any food building? Nope. Well, it kind of actually is important. Their wording on things is kind of where I would go back to. Again, it's the whole thing with the Pale Garden. To me, I think the garden would be fine if they were to add some garden things. I don't think it should have been the flower because, honestly, that doesn't make it a garden because otherwise the flower forest would be the garden forest, right? But it's not. So, kind of lowest effort thing, which is ironic because the actual lowest effort would have been something they could have done. Because again, like I said, the potato update, right, had hedge mazes made out of the potato leaves. And I honestly think that a hedge maze would be amazing to kind of find. It's kind of be really kind of spooky as you're going through, especially if you have where there's creaking underneath and you have to go through at night. maybe they could create something like a vault, but instead it opens at night, and then you have that I think would be too complicated with the amount of time they'd have left from when they announced it, but yeah, exactly. We have a bit of a maze though to maybe find something. Maybe there's a chest in there or something. Loot doesn't have to be amazing. Something I think would have been cool that they could have done is they could have like had around the pots, right? Little structures like that. And they could have like there's a dead bush in it, but maybe they could add something like a golden apple or something inside of it, implying, oh, maybe there's like maybe golden apples were not just, but that they're like a lost thing now or whatever, right? Or it could be that but they didn't do that either. That's fine. The biggest thing, though, is so they've put out there now that illagers are afraid of the creaking. So, honestly, I think the biggest thing that I think is they should have a pillager or illager of some kind. I don't know what it would be, but it has, like, creaking pieces growing out of it. A unique mob that isn't just the creaking. You know? They could give some lore significance. To explain why would illagers be afraid of the creaking. There's no reason for them to be at this point. So, give a reason. Show something. Either you need to have some forms of structures that are potentially related. Well, I mean, it would be creepy too. It would be like creatures that come here, they maybe grow like... But something kind of like that. I almost feel like they should have a version of the mansion that can appear, right? But broken down, beat up, and has those things in it. Yeah, I'm not saying... Like, see, that's the thing. I'm not saying they have to be huge, fancy things. I'm saying simple things that kind of... Except they can. They're not afraid of the warden. And you can't actually kill the warden, but you can kill a creaking. And the warden is more violent, too. Gives no explanation. That's more my point. Like, and they've been down. They basically, because of the way the ancient city is, there's proof that pillagers have, or illagers of some kind have been down there at some point. The concept that they'd be afraid of the warden, but not the creaking. Yes. Which, I mean, it's pretty obvious too to see. Oh, you hit the creaking. Oh, look, there's a trail. Oh, look, something appeared on that tree. Let's dig around that spot on the tree. It's like actually now going to be like, there's no reason to be afraid of that. Because it literally is going to have basically an arrow to it. They don't, but they have Ravagers. Again, I'm saying that just a simple reason, and notice I did come up with a simple reason. Just have like some form of pillager there. Very simple. And they said they wanted to add more illagers, so there's a good way to add another illager that's not But like, yeah, they have ways to destroy blocks. Ironically, and implication-wise is that they do. The thing is with like villagers and illagers, right? Is while we never get to see it in game because it's a video game, the implication clearly is they do break blocks. They do build. For Pete's sake, the nitwit clearly eventually goes on a journey to become a wandering trader. And then sells the glowstone to clerics for half the price. And then so the clerics are literally charging you double what you can get for the wandering trader. I mean, they've got things in the game that imply things, so it doesn't make sense to assume villagers would not be able to break the block technically. By the way, I'm not kidding about the nitwit thing. I wish there was I mean, I don't have any nitwits upstairs. But I wish Wandering Trader, so I could just kind of show, like, it's interesting. Like, I could blow your mind with that. Not really, because I just explained it. But it really and truly does seem to be that wandering traders are nitwits. Which, I mean, I think that's cool. No, I'm not kidding, though. If you look underneath their robe, you'll find a very familiar green shirt. If you look at them. They've got it tucked into a belt and all that, but I think the most logical answer is that they're eventually kicked out of the village, they become rich and famous, or they become... Technically, they don't actually state that it's canon. It's a context clue thing, because they'll never tell you anything that's actually the case, right? By context clues, they've got the green shirt. They've got, I mean, it also explains why they cover their face no matter where they're at, right? They don't reveal who they really are and all that. Yeah, that is a context clue. Exactly. I love that that's in the game, but I feel like a context clue like that implies that obviously at least nitwits can break blocks, right? Yeah, exactly. It's a nitwit. So therefore, obviously villagers in theory could break blocks, they just can't because otherwise it wouldn't be great for it as a video game. If they can do that, because they learned from the Endermen that that's not great. But that's what I'm saying, context clues wise... Well, but see the thing is, they sell glowstone. As a block. And like I said, they sell it for 2 emeralds, whereas the cleric sells it for 4. In other words... Yeah, see, they can break crops, which means, again, like I said, the real answer is that they learned from Endermen, and so they haven't done something like that in a very long time. But that doesn't mean that lore-wise they wouldn't be able to do that. After all, it's pretty clear they're probably the ones making the iron golems for the village. If you look at it, that's why you need villagers for it. They enchant items without ever needing an enchanting setup. Technically, in a lot of ways, they're kind of stronger than we are in some aspects, and weaker in others. But to me, I'm like, when I'm left with that, it's things like that that I go, okay, so this means that they need to do something else to explain something else. Like, for example, the Illager mansion, right? Now you need to have a reason why they'd have those beds that are huge fake beds, because villagers can make beds, so why wouldn't an Illager be able to make a bed? That doesn't make any sense. And so I think they should add a fluffier bed. I'm gonna just continue to say this. I know they'll never add it, but it'd be like amazing that you can basically adjust the size of. But what it would use is chicken feathers. This is just an idea. No, I get it. I'm just saying, so have a bigger bed of some kind, or a bed that you can make in segments. That's why I say the fluffier bed. The fluffier bed would basically just, it would be a bed, but you sleep a specific amount of time instead. Well, but then it doesn't turn into anything. Again, it doesn't make a lot of sense to assume that they wouldn't know how to make a bed and do so. So instead, I would say they should be copying something else. A bigger, fancier bed. Something that maybe only players can make. But then they should, right? Like I said, Illagers are like villagers. In fact, they literally said they're ill villagers, right? So, and again, like I said, context clues wise, the fact that there are beds in a village, right? At this point, Before 1.14, I would say, yeah, that's it. But after 1.14, I think the fact that villagers have beds makes it does not make sense. And here's the thing. Do you know in modded Minecraft the hammock? I mean, they continue to raid villagers too, so in theory, eventually they'd learn something, you know? Like I said, I don't think that it. Yes. And that's also when pillagers were added. So, but what I was saying, here's what I was saying. Let me be clear. What I meant was, I think they should add a bed, right? But it's not a normal bed. It does something slightly different, okay? So instead of it being you just sleep through the night, right? You sleep exactly 10 minutes from when you get into the bed. Because it's just so comfy, you fall asleep, right? It can be made in segments, potentially. So you can have a bigger bed. Or it could even be that it's a bit bigger and it's 4 wide or something. But then it kind of works like a hammock, but it's a specific set amount of time. Like, I mean a modded Minecraft hammock, let me be clear. It'd be its own thing. Maybe it makes you a little bit hungry when you go and sleep in it because obviously you just slept through meal times or whatever. But then you can sleep an exact amount of time that you know how much time you've slept. A good way to kind of set your, like if you want it to be night kind of thing, right? And it's day, then you can use that. And you just have to get it exactly right because it's a little bit more complicated than just using. That's what I think they could do. And it would be an interesting item that would actually have both use and could look nice and be different. And it would not be something you can make day one, because I think it should use like chicken feathers, right? But like you'd have to make like the items to make into the thing to make into the bed. So it would be a little bit more complicated than making a bed, which is just 3 wool. And like I said, explanation-wise is this is literally just 3 pieces of wool thrown together. This isn't necessarily the most comfortable thing. But you can argue that the feathers work as down, right? And make effectively down pillows or whatever. And it can be comfy. Yes, I would argue crafting the individual pieces and then crafting them together. They don't do that a whole lot. Really, and when they do, there are things that it's like, that doesn't necessarily make sense, but in this case, I think it would. Kind of more like with lanterns and stuff. Maybe it's 2 or 3, it's like you make 2 or 3 items and you put them together and you get a bed, the comfier bed. And like I said, yeah, exactly, like a piston makes sense that you're making the different things. Yep, exactly. But see, that's what I'm saying. Like, you'd make the pieces of this one, and then you would put it together to make... Maybe it's the comfy bed piece, or whatever. And, like, you could have it be a segment, like it's a pillow segment, or if you wanted as well, but maybe not. It depends on how they want to do things, but... Then it could be a later game item that's useful in the later game. Yeah, exactly. Make the bedding and the frame and then put it together. I think that would make some sense. So this fancier bed is what they're trying to replicate, but they don't have the right items, so therefore they just kind of made a big old wool mess because that's what they understand. Whereas the player said, you know, chicken feathers are comfortable, like they're nice, fluffy. Yes, put them with a pillow and then boom, exactly. You see what I mean? Like, I wish they do things like that. They're simple. It's a simple, basic thing. Okay, it probably wouldn't exactly be simple, but it's like, ironically, I feel like it'd be pretty simple for them to code in at this point, because you just take things from other stuff and voila. Yeah, see? It's things like that I really would love to see something with. But see, you can have ways to explain it. Also, since at this point we have the recipe book, that's kind of where I would go with it. You have the recipe book, it shows up. You have feathers in, for example, like when you get feathers, yeah. But see, here's the thing, like, when you get a feather, right? Like, let's say you were to get a feather. Now, in your inventory, a recipe appears for the pillow, or mattress, or whatever. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Because this is something they don't necessarily have to hint at, right? In the same way that kind of like new bosses and things do need a little bit of a hint from. Alright, I need to put these back into the system. Yeah, that could work. Or maybe you even combine it with what would be a normal bed. Oh wait, I don't want to do it that way. I need to go upstairs. Let me dump some stuff in here. Alright. There. Then we leave. But, like, I'd love to see something like that, because it would then re-explain the illagers, right? In a way that works and makes sense. See, I don't just, like, I'm not just crazy. I do have things I've thought about that I think would be interesting to see. Another example is, so they don't like the mending enchantment, right? Thank you. And yes, I am passionate. It's like, this is the kind of thing I'd love to see, just kind of as a, it would make sense. And as a Zelda fan, this is one you'll understand. Yeah, they've talked about it multiple times. They feel like it's overpowered. Mending is overpowered, but they keep adding it to every tool. Well, I don't disagree. I like mending. I don't like having, like, I don't, when I'm going mining, I want to go mining for the things I want to mine for. I don't want to have to go because my tools broke again. So, yeah. What I was going to say is, so, well, I mean, I don't feel like it's that overpowered. It's a quality of life thing at the end of the day. Yeah, unless you have villagers, but even then, it can be a little annoying to get. And beyond that, as I said, I don't think it really is overpowered. I think it's quality of life at the end of the day. You just don't have to go out and go fix up your tools again. And at this point in the game, how to explain it? What I mean by that is, think of it like this. What would make it OP? Yeah, you still have to build the XP farm, and beyond that, and here's the thing that I go beyond that. Like, having mending just means you don't go down to go looking for more items. It doesn't mean that you're any stronger or more powerful or anything. It just means you make less trips to different places. So to me, it feels like it's quality of life, less OP. But going back to what I was saying, so they don't like mending. So what I think they should do is they should either it be an armor or an enchantment or whatever. I think it'd be best as a piece of armor. They should make an armor that doesn't work with mending. And there needs to be a reason, right? Well, that's just it. They have never added anything better or added anything, so it's like there's no point. But here's what I was going to say. So this is for armor specifically. Let's say that there was an armor that used your XP before your health, right? And that's how it protects you. Okay? This is what I think they should do. Kind of like the Zelda Rupee armor, you know? How that works, right? Yeah, and then they added mending, exactly. But what I'm saying though is like, and there'd be a reason, because you know the XP is not going into the fixing of the item, it's going into keeping your health up. So obviously it eventually breaks because of that. I think that would be an interesting way to go about it. To do something different. You can have it be something, maybe it's a little more in-game if you want, but it'd be a choice to make. You can have mending on your item. Like your XP bar. Basically the XP goes into being effectively extra hearts. So instead of rupees, it's your XP. So every time you take a hit, your XP bar takes the hit first. When you run out of XP, you start taking hits on your armor. Or on you, rather. Thus, mending would not work with it because it's repairing you, not your armor. And it would be like 1 heart is 1 bit of XP, maybe. Or 1 level of XP. Maybe. And since people can get a lot of XP, they can choose to do something like that, or it probably would be complicated. Notice, I'm not saying they can necessarily do it. It's just something I think could be interesting to do. Like as a big update kind of thing. Other things they could add like as well would be maybe you have the ability to have like potion effects, right? But as an armor piece. See, like, and the thing is, I try to think around mods and more along the lines of how they seem to think. It's part of, like, where I'll end up coming up with where I think it would work and make sense versus not. I like to do that. Oh, I do agree they should revamp combat. They need to... Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like, I felt like the armor in question that I just mentioned would be a great thing to be able to get from a boss in the end, an extra boss. After all, as you're traveling through. Another thing I think would be interesting is adding the Nether Roof as a biome. Its own biome, rather, that has structures that you can find. This way, they don't have to get rid of the Nether Roof on the Java, right? But then they have a reason to add it to Bedrock. Make it its own biome. Have unique structures. Why not? It's there. It's doing nothing. It could be interesting. Maybe that's where they put the red dragon. And therefore, the rest of the Nether doesn't get destroyed by the red dragon, but it's something that kind of can exist. That's the kind of things I think around. Like, because either they need to accept that if they ever want actual parity to the game, right? They either need to remove it from the Java. True. But literally on both versions you can get up there. You just can't really escape the Nether or roof on Bedrock, but it doesn't mean you can't go up there. You just starve to death. Or you relog. I don't disagree. Notice how I put it. Because they don't want to get rid of it on Java, because they don't want to mess with people's worlds, I gave an option. What they should do is make it its own biome, if you will. It can be as it is. But A, you need to find a structure to get up to it, right? And B, that can be where they stick a dragon. They won't put a dragon in the Nether anymore, probably because they don't want all the blocks to break, right? But if it was on the roof, the only blocks that would break is its arena blocks. So that's the logic I use. I'm not saying that they should necessarily do it, but I'm just saying I think that it'd be a good way to go about it. To give a reason to have the nether roof exist. You could even argue that's why the nether roof is so barren. Yeah. As that there's dragons up there, and dragons raise everything. Ta-da! Exactly. They could have different kinds of bosses or the like. I think a reason. See, notice, I didn't say that they should just give it straight up to Bedrock. I said, hello, Knight. How you doing? And you're early today. What I'm saying, though, is I really do think instead they should come up with a reason. All right, I'll do the sit-ups. One sec. Alright, I'm glad you're doing well now. But the reason that the nether roof update or building ability exists is because how they did things. Fair enough. It's still a pleasure having you. Even if but for a moment. Anyway. I mean, this is part of what I did with the cherry, Fair enough. But as I was saying, this is like what I also did when I was thinking about what there would be as a logic with the Cherry Blossom Forest over here, because I built the Cherry Blossom Village. Just the different buildings, how I thought they would look and make sense. Simple. It's pretty basic. A few of them are my own designs that I built, that I just like repurposed. I mean, they're still basic designs. They're not like fancy or anything. Like having a little villa, like you could have like a little library kind of thing. Houses are literally just a normal village house, but done for cherry blossoms. And the 3 styles, that are the styles kind of thing that they do, using tuff. I just didn't want to build some of the buildings, so that was just kind of how it went. But the idea was just more... And like I said, I have some unique, like I have unique stuff, like here's a mason. An AI fix would be lovely. That's something they could easily do, I think. Although, they might not be able to, because it's spaghetti code. This is just literally 3 or 2 of them at once. It's easier on me. But they're all very basic designs. So I was following their style. I even did the big house. This is clearly meant to be like the mayor's house or whatever, right? That has a chest, but this time it's a hidden chest. Ooh, it's fun. Butcher. But like I feel like this could have been something that could have been interesting to do. They didn't, but... And here's the thing I find funny. I think this is totally accidental, but like nether brick goes quite well with the looking like this. Yeah, to completely rework the AI in general, that would probably be the smartest thing to do. I still go with the villager update. All they really need to make Java villagers harder is to make them in parity with Bedrock. Like, I don't think anybody would like it, but I mean, it's definitely... I still am going to go with this. Like... Well, for example, so you know how on Java you can get a discount for selling enough items to them? Or to the villagers? On Bedrock, it's a price hike. In other words, things become more expensive. Yeah. So it's literally the opposite on Bedrock to Java. So if you sell these sticks and you sell out of sticks the next time that you... Yep. So, like I said, basically here, if you sell 32 sticks to the guy several times, it'll go up to 30, go down to 31. Yeah. On here, but on Bedrock, it'll go up to 57. He'll buy 57 sticks for an emerald. But that means it's more annoying to get... Even if you were to have the super zombie down, which doesn't exist anymore, right? It would still be 2 sticks for an emerald after you sold all your sticks to the guy. And then they reset once a day. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Notice, that's why I'm saying this would make it more difficult. It would make it less easy to do. Another thing is that, like... But see, the thing is, even that doesn't, like, go into all this. It's just, it's stupid. I'm trying to figure out how to explain. Another one that's really, really easy to understand is, let's find a librarian. So for a librarian, oh, you just have still not... this is literally the only slot you'd be able to get an enchanted book out of, or rather, not the only one, but basically it's only if you were to be able to buy an item, like this to this. So it works like normal here, but if you look here, this would never happen on Bedrock. You cannot have paper be replaced by book. So it literally takes about twice as long to get your book enchants, or any, whatever you want specifically. Because you have one less slot that has a chance of appearing in. Which I don't think is necessarily... Yeah. Alrighty, escape the logic. Alright, I hope you have a wonderful night yourself. I don't know how else to explain it. It's just like... Villager trading on Bedrock is just more difficult in general. And until they do an actual combat update, at least on Bedrock. I'm sorry, I was making a joke. I still go with, I wish they had some sort of gray. Thank you. I wish they had some gray block here in the... I actually wish they had some form of gray rock in the cherry blossom, because it helps kind of... So much of the same, that it just kind of blends together. It needs something like that. Alrighty. Alright, I need to finish a road. Alright. I don't necessarily... I think the big thing, though, is I really do just feel like... I don't know. I honestly do think, like, an update should have something to it. More than just, well, but... Pillagers. That reminds me. That's the one thing I really wish they'd fix. I mean, I haven't had an issue today. Yet. But I think I heard them earlier and I managed to just kind of run away. Because they weren't, like, in a spot I could see them. And it wasn't those guys because it's too far away. Because I still go with, as everything else increases, villagers should decrease. I honestly feel that way. Alright. Because they're supposed to be somewhat smart. Alright, I actually have a place for this stuff now. No, it doesn't. I think it has to do with the I really think it's the difficulty thing makes it more likely to happen or whatever. And it's the same reason why zombies are more likely to have armor after a certain amount of time and stuff. The problem is that actually that's my sword. The biggest issue with that is it's like it doesn't make sense by a logical standpoint. Pillagers would not come around as often. And they're just annoying. They're not gonna steal your stuff. They're not. They're just there to kill you. All right. I do want to leave this kind of. Actually, I might. I might want to kind of include a little bit of like this. Yeah. Just a little bit of the... There, see? So it looks kind of more like it's like they kind of maybe at one point were more... But now these guys aren't causing more pillagers to spawn. I wish. It could be something as simple as that, but no. Yeah, y'all still haven't broken your crossbows. I don't know how many are left that you have but yeah. Y'all missed. Alright, honestly, I still go with, I feel like more than anything, meaningful updates. No, I cannot. I understand why you would ask, but no. You know, I'm just gonna leave those guys alone for now. Boop, boop. Ta-da! Huh? Oh, because I want to use them. Eventually their crossbows will break. I don't know how long it's going to take. Because I don't know how many shots they had left in it. I mean, this would be more annoying on Bedrock, but on Java, at least for now, their durability actually does go down, typically on things like that, so... Eventually their crossbows will break, and then they can't do anything, and they'll just be kind of like cute little NPCs to have around. They can't hurt you. Unless they have a weapon, and if you don't give them a weapon, they're just there. They exist. And look at them. They've got some really cool outfits. They totally fit the vibe of, post-apocalyptic style-esque kind of thing. I don't know. Fair enough. Well, I mean, in regards to Minecraft creatures, I mean... yeah. They are... powerful. Alright, I need gold. But first, I'm going to grab some more deep slate so that I can kind of finish building up a bit of a wall here. Alright. This is the... yeah. So that'll be like that. Yeah. And I have to decide, do I want to have... I mean, I've basically built like huge... I mean, I suppose technically I could just kind of do something there, right? We'll see. I'll probably remove that, but... and the exit, like I said, will be here. I might just add that in so I don't have to have this anymore. Because it confuses me every time I look at it. I'm like, wait. And then I'm like, oh, wait. That's right. That's just... not that big a deal. I get a piece of soul sand. And stuff. Soul sand. And I need... I don't think I need more than that. This one's about to set, but that's fine. Let me go get the bucket. Oh wait, I need signs as well. What's... what color do I want to make the signs? No, you can't eat chicken eggs. I think it's a shame. Personally. Like, I mean, you could do it in real life, or you can cook them in real life. Yeah, I don't disagree. Like, and honestly, I feel like that'd be a great, like, if they don't, like, they could still have the chicken, but they could add the ability to eat eggs. It's a reason to keep the chickens alive, you know? I mean, like I said, if they're going to go with that logic, like, come on, guys. Even I could come up with other things. Yeah. Honestly, the only reason I'm using the chickens is because they're pretty easy to just kind of get a whole bunch without having to continue to farm up wheat and stuff. It would be nice to have a reason to use them outside of just... They're easy to kind of like... Are the chicken eggs? But it hurts my poor farmer heart to be like, why are the eggs a waste? There's no reason. You can give it use. People eat chicken eggs. Alright, that should shoot me up, and then you can just open it and come out. Yeah. I don't know. Well, I'm just saying in general, though, it's like... there's options to doing things. They just don't do them half the time, and I just don't know why. I'd like to see the use for eggs other than making pumpkin pie. Because that's just not that exciting. If I'm being totally honest. Oh yeah, you can make a cake too, that's right. Pumpkin pie and cake, that's 2 ways to eat an egg, you're right. And, the only way to have stackable cakes is to play on Bedrock. Sorry. I just... I don't know. How many do I have 2? Okay, I need more emeralds. You know what? I could sell something. I just need quartz. I should probably just take this down at some point. I just haven't. Maybe I should build this building as well. What do I want the building to be kind of like? I mean, I could, but... Yep, exactly. Eggs are... and they're tasty, too. I mean... they are very nutritious. In fact... they are, like, one of, like... how do I put this? Alright, do I want it to be kind of like that? Yeah. Well, I mean, it actually makes sense because, they contain, so, there's certain, like, minerals and vitamins and stuff that you cannot eat, that there's, like, eggs are, like, a place where you can get them in a digestible form, that you can absorb well, right? So, it's a good way to get that nutrition. Because obviously, much like, well, I mean, chickens are not, how do I put this? Despite what you would think, they are not terribly vegetarian. If they get their hands on meat, they eat meat. They will do it. And they will do so with glee. Can't blame them. Yep, exactly, vitamins. Specifically, the fats are a type of fat that is important for you to have. I can't remember what it's called specifically. Um... Sorry, I'm trying to remember what they're called. Very difficult to do on stream. Yeah. One of the few other foods that works that way are actually sardines. Eggs and sardines are two that... But again, it's a type of food that's been eaten for a long time. And you'd never think of it. Eggs just kind of taste a little bit better. Yeah, yes, you, again, with beef can, and I don't know about seal, but I do know about the beef. That is why people who do a carnivore diet are okay. They don't just, like, keel over and die in the same way that because beef is like that. It's most specifically that there are certain things specifically in it that our body needs. Along with the protein and the, yeah. Basically one of the healthiest diets you could be on would be like eggs, beef. If you want a sweetener, you could have honey. If you want to go with that, because the types of sugars that are in honey are different than like cane sugar and corn syrup and stuff. And yeah, it's complicated. I didn't list milk that. Yep, and some of them have an allergy to it. Just ask my little bro. And what's annoying is it's not a, like for him, the lactose, right, is not his problem. And in fact, the lactose makes it so that he can sometimes have it. And so like the lactose free, it's like, that's the version, he's like, nope. But, I don't know how else to put it other than like, yeah, there are some things, you know? I'm trying to think. Yeah, well, yes, that is true. Your genetics do lead to the kinds of things that you can eat. And what does better for you and stuff. Also, where you live, how you grew up, what you had growing up can also affect as well. And the things that you need are also kind of affected by where you live and stuff. So, like, for example, my mom found a study on this, and she was very surprised. But basically, like, for example, Yes, it is the casein, the milk protein. Which actually means that he can have goat milk. But he cannot have cow's milk. Well, he can, but it does make him sick. He just, like everyone else with a milk allergy of any kind, sometimes decides he just doesn't care. Yeah. So, we grew up in a household with alternatives. Silk was a big one in their house for a long time until it turned out my little sis also may or may not have had a soy allergy. Goat milk was pretty... It works well. You can typically buy it in... Yeah, yes, he can. He could do those because, again, it's specifically the milk protein. In cow's milk specifically. So yes, he can do sheep's milk. He can do... you could probably do camel. It's the same thing. But yeah, it becomes very complicated very fast when you start realizing all the different allergies in our house. And what, but basically, I mean, that has led to a lot of knowledge on different foods and stuff. Yeah, I think almond milk is fine. I was... but, like, if you want to have it for something, like, I would say, of the things in the household, the thing that makes the best ice cream is goat's milk. So, but yeah, almond is okay. Honestly, almond has been used in a lot of things here. I could understand that. Like, when we want baked goods nowadays, I typically use almond flour because this is gotta be gluten-free. I don't know. Almonds are just, in their own way, like, really useful in really weird ways. And I mean, like, I make a super nice fluffy cake with eggs, almonds, sugar, and, what's the third thing? Or the fourth thing? Citrus. The citrus is not necessarily necessary, but it tastes nice. So, yeah. Um... Yeah, maybe what I want to do is actually, like... that. Yeah. That is true, it can. The reason I was mentioning the almond is because, like I said, it's a cake. It's super easy. Get it done in, like... I mean, I cook it in the rice cooker, but... 10 minutes to prepare and do, other than, like, having things set out, but... You can just make it and forget about it. Although, you do need some form of stand mixer or electric mixer. But it tastes amazing. And like cake. I've recently been experimenting with the flavors, and now the flavor is, like, I literally made a tea cake. As in, so, have you ever had Earl Grey tea? I mean, I'd assume maybe, but... Yeah, you don't see. Well, the reason I was mentioning it is because I decided to make... I used bergamot specifically, okay? It's not tea itself. I used bergamot and orange in the cake, and it came out tasting a little bit like, well, Lady Grey tea. It's not tea itself, though. Let me be clear. It was just flavored. It was nice. My mom liked it quite a bit. That was part of why I did it. But American rice is different, by the way, than other... Because they're... well, they may be related. They are their own things. Long grain, short grain. Brown rice is definitely not the same as... I mean, that's fine. Notice, I didn't say that it was actually tea. I said it was a cake. I also made a frosting for it with whiskey, sugar, cream cheese, and a little butter. Really simple stuff. I just had fun doing it. So I don't just do something different. I've made the base cake 1,000 times. Well, maybe only like 100 or so, but I just wanted a different flavor, you know? I don't know what you mean. Problem is the name is kind of sounds more common, so I don't know what you're specifically referring to. Is this an author, artist, musician? Maybe. It sounds familiar. I've just made my own thing. I don't really tend to watch. If I'm being honest, I just literally threw a recipe together myself. Because I wanted cake and frosting. I mean, it sounds tasty. I'm sure it probably was pretty good. But no, I've never seen, basically we were kind of out of vanilla, and when you're doing something like that, a good, I have found that, well, we weren't completely out, but I kind of was just like making it go a little bit further by adding a little bit of, it effectively works the same in this sense. For the stability and a little flavor. Alright. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying it's not. Let me be clear. I was just saying I wasn't just, like, using it just because the flavor. I was doing it because I just realized did not have enough vanilla. And it honestly is nice. Yeah. Exactly. It was like less than a teaspoon. because I wasn't making a whole large batch of it, but it's just enough to kind of hold it all together and make it a little less heavy, I guess. Alright, Alright, I need to make some stairs. I'm thinking... These will do. Oof. Yeah, I mean, it just was like flavor. The main flavors were still the, like the bergamot and stuff. Make this the middle. Sure. I am not better. Honestly, like I took the basic recipe I had found somewhere online and I've made it my own. But like I don't even think that that's the hardest thing to ever make. Like I said, it was just literally you don't even have to think to make it. The number of steps are simple and all that. No, the difficult thing to make is actually a pie. As I've said, I've learned how to make the cinnamon butterscotch pie from... Okay. Yeah. So, from Undertale, right? The cinnamon butterscotch pie. I learned how to make it. It already is complicated. But I also had to then learn how to substitute all the ingredients they're using to use ingredients that would work for me. So for example, like the recipe I found online was using cornstarch, right? A lot of them do. It's quite good. It's pretty much was not a thing. I mean, there was a thing that was kind of like it, but it wasn't cinnamon. It was just butterscotch pie. But it came more of a thing after Undertale. Point being, I had to learn how to like how much to substitute and all that. Made it my own recipe. Learned how to make a gluten-free pie crust. Which doubles as a brittle. But it is quite tasty. Like I said though, it's kind of complicated because it's like if you've ever made eggnog, it kind of has somewhat honestly, the gluten-free it's how it kind of it goes as it goes. But I'm trying to think of how to explain this. But like like I said, for example, I had to learn how to make it so it didn't, the crust wasn't just like an almond brittle. No, I don't like that. That's no good. I'm thinking instead, maybe these? Like so. And just put this underneath. Well, I don't care about it being too dark because it's going to be standing out against that, so I don't need to worry so much about how dark it is. I just needed it to be kind of looking okay. I think this will work. Honestly. It's going to stand out against this. I just had to... the light will work. Sorry. Alright, and then this goes back this far. See? But doesn't that look nice? Now I have to make a decision on the building blocks. It would be too blendy-any. To kind of understand how it would look, like, you just gotta, like, go like this instead, and you can kind of see it kind of blends in a little bit too much for that. Like it would for stairs. We want it to look... I wanted to make it feel a little bit elegant, kind of like the opposite of this one. Or this one is more colorful down here, so this one would be a little bit more monotone. There's a certain degree of elegance to it. And all that. Now I have to pick the blocks for the actual building. I wish I could make something out of those, like bricks or whatever, like the in modded, but you can't, so... I'd probably like to do a color. I think this would be too much. We don't want it to be, like, super dark. Yeah, I'd say maybe if the pale, like, that would be a use. But again, just... So that's that, and then this is like this. See, the thing is, I don't want to, like, necessarily have it blend in. And maybe I'll... The problem is it's right next door, so it becomes difficult to use. I've got an idea. I know what I want to do. I know what I want to do. It's going to be annoying to do it like this because it's going to be so much, but... I know what I want to do with it. I just thought about it. I know. It'll be nice because it'll kind of match a down the street building, but it'll be its own thing. I need to get the thing back up and rolling. Now that I've kind of cleared things out a little bit. Maybe I clear out some more of this really quickly. Make some space for a farm. All that jazz. I know what to do. I know what to do. Alright. For now, this can be like this. I should probably... Yeah. Yeah, I know what to do. I just have to clear this out so I can make a farm. Or remake a farm, rather. I need space. And I mean, all of this is going to go down anyway, so I might as well. Yeah. Do. That'll be enough space for now. But basically, I want... I'll be able to put this stuff away too once I've slept for the night. Alright. Picked up some extra stone in here. And put that there. I need to move that over in a bit, but I haven't gotten to that point yet. So we're still just kind of putting things like this. Alright, Alright, where did I put it? That's the question. I don't remember where I put it. I'm gonna have to look around and try to figure out where I put the blocks. Because I don't remember. I bet I put them down below. Or by down below, I mean over here. No. I don't think so. In the nether maybe, but... problem is I have so many places to look. Let's see. So I'm just checking all the different places because it's somewhere. No. I mean, I can always go get more, I guess. It's gonna be annoying. Oh, wait, I forgot to check the one chest. I should go check that. I bet that's in there. You know, I'll take some of this back upstairs. I just realized where I forgot to check. I think, or maybe no, I didn't. But if I did, it's probably in there. The reason I don't think it would be in the Nether or anything is because honestly, I just would probably have dumped it before that point. Really and truly. Not because I think I wouldn't do it, but because I just think I would have dumped it before that point. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, it is day. Alright. Alright, halfway there. And through. And down and over. I'm gonna just go dump these in the thing right now, but this isn't what I'm here for, so it doesn't matter. I didn't put it over here because I would have like been like, oh yeah, I need to get, so. In here, aha! I knew I had it. I need to get the crimson, but I knew I had some. I swear I had more than that, though. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure. The thing is, the free music thing is, if you look into it, what it really is you're basically paying for a license when you're doing it like this way that I'm doing currently. I am going to change what I'm going to use because this service that they advertised turned out to not really be the way they advertised it. I'm just working on trying to figure out what I'm going to do from here on out. Do I have any up here? Nope. You would think. Problem is, technically they were when they were doing the advertising and everything. Is about 2 months in, I guess, and it's just kind of been getting significantly worse, not better. Well, I guess technically it'd be like 4 months in. Basically, when YouTube changed their policy, things got the first stage of worse. And then it's kind of just gotten worse from there. Or rather, changed back their policy because they had the. I need to get out of here. But beyond that, I mean. The fact is, like, in the last, I'd say, 4 months, their selection has been getting worse and worse, and it's just, like, becoming less and less worth it to use them, and so, yeah, like I said, right now I'm researching other services, other places, and the like. I know YouTube Music is a thing, but at the same time, they're not exactly clear on which songs there are actually the ones that you won't have issues with and stuff. Completely without other issues, so, you know. But I think the big issue, though, is the fact that it's just, like I said, the music is just, the lists keep getting smaller and smaller. And then rather than, yeah. It's like pretty much any other music service. The songs that you can use without getting claimed usually get larger overall. Not this one. It's possible. I wouldn't be surprised, necessarily. But at the same time, it's also entirely possible that they just effectively used a limited time license to be like, look how many songs we have. And the thing is, several of the songs they've had on here that I've ended up having claimed on mine, right? Are songs that would still be public domain to some extent, or age and all that. Or would be like, yeah, make sure it says that that'd be copyright free. And the thing is, like I said, I've been hit with claims, but the thing is, what do I even argue? Since half the time it's not even a song that ever played. You know? It's like, I don't even make money. Literally. There's nothing to demonetize and claim and all that. I don't know. What it is, it's just frustrating. Like I said, just means I'm gonna switch to a different service eventually. I meant the recording. Like, there's recordings in here with the Christmas music that go back several years, and usually they're more allowed to be used at this point, especially when they're lesser known copies and stuff, and I did look into it. Kind of thing. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, and the problem is, so I'm using Pretzel, right? I'm just gonna say what the music I'm using, because they had the deal with Twitch last year, and I was just like, the price isn't bad and all that. At the time, it seemed like it was fine. Cut to the moment that YouTube now allows the copyright claimer to get the money again before holding it. Because, you know, they had changed it to where they hold the money and then they changed it back. I start getting claimed. It's the same company every time. Yeah, the songs aren't necessarily the songs that are playing or anything like that. It's like... When I looked into it, because I was just like, how do I handle this, right? They just say, just deal with it. And I was just like, are you kidding me? Like, it's not a big deal for me right now, because I've got like 20 subscribers. I mean, now I have 29, but... So I'm not monetized, but like, if I was, I would have been just... And I still was annoyed. It's just like... Ironically, those videos get pushed more by YouTube, so, you know. But, yeah, because I just was like, what the heck do I do about it? It's like, it's their right. Then I was just like, then why am I using your service? I still feel that way. Like, why would I use a service that does... But I had the year. I agree. And that was what they had changed it to a couple years ago, right? Just to make it a little bit... I mean, obviously it still wasn't fair, but there was still a chance at it. But then they changed it back in, like, April of this year. Basically. And I know that because I did research at the time, because I was like, this is so weird that this is all of a sudden happening, and then it's like, huh. And most specifically with music. And it's just like, are you kidding me? And I mean, the other thing is, it's just like, I can't go on the YouTube side because I don't want to go put in my full name and everything just to get a copyright claim removed. Like, they don't need to know who I am. It's just frustrating. Yeah. Oh, I do agree. I do agree. But my point is, I'll switch to something else. I'm in the middle of researching. I have till December. I'm not renewing my subscription. I don't care if they claim the videos. To some extent, because again, those videos will never make money. These VODs, rather. At least not anytime soon. It's just more annoying when they mute the VOD, and it's like, again, this is music that supposedly should be copyright free. But it's not. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, when the reality is that the service is, it's a licensing service, right? But they use a subscription style format. Several other sites, I mean, the irony is, it's like, if not for the price, I definitely would probably end up going with the Epidemic Sound. Just because it seems, for like just in general, to be the best bet. From research and all that. There's a few others that, like, it's like, you know, you go through the different lists and things and research and da-da-da-da. And I was just going to do, like, the YouTube music. I was going to be like, I'll flip to the YouTube music, da-da-da-da. But then it's like, oh, wait. So I need to be paying attention to what song it is and make sure that it's not. It's like, why is it on me? Come on, YouTube. But I mean, that's just how it goes. Anyway. It's a thing. I've learned way more than I wanted to about this kind of stuff, and it's just like, yeah. Anyway. I don't know what else to say. And the irony is the stuff that gets less likely to get claimed, right, is the stuff that's newer. And it's like... And I can find, like, on iTunes and stuff to go listen to it. I'm like... How does that make more sense? Anyway, point being, it doesn't matter. I have to find a different... option. Yeah. And the thing is, I would just use like a licensing service, but the thing is, it's like, unless you're a company, it's a pain in the butt to figure out how to get through and all that as well. And that's also weird. It's like, many of them are, it's like, if you're a licensing service, you're a licensing service, right? Even if you're going by a subscription basis rather than a, by track basis. So you might as well just call yourself that. Because that's what they're doing, right? And as long as you have their service, they license the music. And any videos you've used, typically with them, it's fine afterward. It's just if you want to re-upload, you need to make sure you're just like subscribed for that month or whatever. Point being, it is a licensing service. That's what it really is. And finding anything else is made next to impossible. Unless you know what you're looking for specifically. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's how that works for most of these systems, right? Which does make it more along the lines of licensing rather than that it has no copyright. It has a copyright. You're just paying for the right to use it, right? And I don't think that's a bad thing. It's just like, let's not kid ourselves. About what this is. Copyright free is finding some channel on YouTube that just says, hey, don't like turn off ads, or at least become a member. I don't know if Tess has found something she wants to use, but yeah. I'm just in the middle of researching, understanding, and so on and so forth. And I mean, ironically, I would say, hey, I'm doing transformative work, right? Because I'm almost always talking over it. I mean, so by that logic, it's... I wouldn't say fair use, but like... Well, here's what I'd say. I think in part it's not that they don't care, it's that in reality the actual way it works isn't like that, right? Otherwise, a movie could argue that they're using the song, right? The reason why with like YouTube it's a little more iffy is that you're not necessarily preventing someone from buying that music, right? They're not necessarily going to download it from your video and be like, I got it from there instead. Whereas with a movie or whatever, they'll sell soundtracks and like, aha, yes, we got the goods. So what I will say is I don't think it's completely unreasonable on the licensing and the copyrights and stuff to be like, hey, that's not cool. At the same time, I do wish there was a way that was just a little bit easier. Again, like I said, I would say the YouTube library seems, but at the same time, it's not. It's actually looking into it. It's like no. They say it's like the, but then once you actually, it's just like I don't care. 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna go 7 by 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I just want to be able to find something, and I'm even willing to spend money. Because I understand that there's no such thing as an actual free lunch. Yeah. Like I said though, like I'm not against paying a license fee. I'm just left with, and how do I even do that? And I mean that's where these companies come in and all that. It's just I don't know. I hear you, buddy. Anyway. It just is more frustrating than anything. Because I just want to know, how does this work? And I don't know how it works. Yeah. No, I get it. But my point is, I would say... think of it like this. Here's where I would go with it. So... outside of Pretzel, right? Which, as it turns out, is not a good service. Most services start at about $120 a year, right? Because they're like, unless you're planning to be professional slash, and there on out. Typically somewhere between 80 to, I even saw some, like one of them had like up to $200. And that one was for only 5 tracks because they are straight up just a licensing service, but they don't say they are. It's like, it's fine. Crap. Buddy, I hear you. I need something to climb up. Did I just have any that I could just use? I don't think I did. Anyway. No, I don't want to dig up dirt. I just was gonna do something that was easy to get rid of plus use. That was all. There you are. Alright, anyway. Honestly, the thing I want most is just something that is understandable. From start to finish, where it's like you don't have to go through 3 different things to understand what's going on. I know it's a crazy thing to say or to desire, but I think the worst part is that even if something, it's like, because of the way YouTube's system works, even if something is actually like, they're not like, they treat it as a, well, I don't even mean the contract. I mean, like, I get that, you know? Why you read through and you double check and triple check, but no, I mean, like, for example, as I said, I went through several services. Like, one service, they basically insist, it's like next to impossible to tell, is it that they only take euros? Is it that they just don't want to say what the price is for anything else? Why is it only mentioning the price in euros? And so it's like, I don't even know if I'd want to, like, if I could use it or not, kind of thing. And it's more like that kind of thing that I mean. Which is annoying. Potentially. But the point is, it's like, it's on every site. That's the thing. Like, if they were recommending it as well, it specifically only mentions the price in the euros. And it's like, okay, but what does that mean? Does that mean... And that's kind of... And yeah, it could be laziness. It could be... The problem is, so for example, they were comparing themselves to another service, right? So when you're comparing the prices, you're trying to compare the one site, like, says it in dollars, right? And then theirs is the euros, but they don't change either of them, so it's like I'm not asking for... And that whole thing was confusing on that one, but... I just... And I'm just saying, you know what, I wouldn't want to use that one just because... With how annoying it is to figure out anything on that site. I feel like I wouldn't be able... It's just like... And I guarantee they don't see it that as, like, they lost business. But... Yeah. It's like... Are you saying it's this way? Are you saying it's that way? And that's kind of what I mean. It's like... Well, some are super clear on how the system works and all that. Some of them aren't. And all that. And I know part of it is just because they're trying to see if they can get more money out of it, basically. But it's like, I'm not being... I just want to be able to understand what it is that I'm getting for what I'm getting. Or whether what I would be using my own money on. It's the kind of thing where I end up going, I might as well just use... Like... Something like Nintendo music or something. I know I'll probably get hit, but... With a claim, but... Like, at least I like it. And understand. And the issue with PayPal is there's, like, just certain... I just realized this is going to be even longer. I was thinking that this is going to be... I'm going to have to make it even longer. But it's fine. Anyway. True. But the thing is, on something like that, you want to know how much you're actually paying. And their method is more along the lines of... And I think that's more my issue, is it's not like I'm not like just going... I'm saying... Everything is vague. There's no such thing as non-vague in this... In general. Even if they're being pretty clear, it's still... Yeah, he's ready for me to be done, and I am going to finish. I just wanted to see kind of how this was going to look. Alright. What do you think? Yeah, I hear you, buddy. Too much? Well, the idea is more along the lines of just kind of, fair enough. See, I just thought it would look nice because it was just kind of, different. It's very much screams nether, which is kind of what I was going for. Yeah, it was. I just realized I put the red nether stuff in there, didn't I? Along with the other. That's so stupid. I wasted my red stuff. But I can get more. I can get more. I just have to set it up. I'm a fool. Wait, no, I didn't. I didn't. Cool. I just put one of them in, but I have the other one still, so that's fine. Alright. Move that one. I hear you, buddy. I do like the other way as well, mind you. I think this will be better overall long term. Alright. Boop. Oh, we got some lights too. Nice. Alright. What do I have on this? I have efficiency for. Yeah, I would say I should get a beacon, but I just don't want to deal with the wither. Honey, I'm gonna be done in just a second. I promise. He doesn't believe me. Or maybe he does, he just doesn't care. There we go. The thing that works well for this is that you can just stick the warp blocks back into the system and you get more than you had come out, usually. Yeah, well. I'm not denying that. The only question I have is, do I go all the way out to the side? Does that look better? It looks weird. The problem with the foundation thing is that it looks better to not have it all the way out, right? It looks better kind of like that. But at the same time, I feel like it's better to have it kind of have some transition. Alright. Huh? Well, it's not gonna have a pattern, it's gonna just have windows. I mean, I hate to ask, but what building does not have a window? Like in a place like this, I think you're gonna go for some windows. But hey, I mean, this is actually starting to look even better. By doing that. Alright. No, the only wall is the wall over there. Ah. Don't care, kitty. Yep. Let's see how close we can get to this. Alright, grass goes in here. I wonder if I should go see if I have any blackstone in the nether. I might wanna, really quickly. I mean, I have blackstone available for me to pick up. If I do, I know what I want to do really quickly. And then I'm probably gonna finish. By the way, what should I do tomorrow? Should I do more Stardew? Should I do something else? What? I just realized I'm about to build another without food. What am I doing? Alrighty. We can do more of that. I think next time we'll actually be able to try some of the new festivals. Yeah. Because there are some new ones. I hear you, buddy. Mm-hmm. I mean, I played around with it. There just isn't much to do. As I've said, and they're not changing much, so there's not really a reason to go check out again or whatever. Other than that they've added items, but overall it's like... As I've said, I mean, I thought there'd at least be something like more interesting to it, you know? In person, but they just, they didn't. There's just not much to do. When the actual update comes out, I'm not against it going on to like just showing where I really think they could have gone with it. They didn't, but I think they could have. Also, I forgot about, so we're walking this, hello. I mean, fair enough. I mean, there's still the VODs, I guess, but like I had to work out how to use the VOD command on Bedrock, because that's what I ended up doing in the second time, but it wasn't hard. I mean, and that's the thing I'm most left with. To add something to it. Anything. kind of frustrating that that was the case as well, because it's like... Like, because it's not that hard. That's the kind of thing I really start feeling. Like I could understand maybe, but it's like... At least a little fog. As I said, I think it should be a biome that's always raining. If we have biomes that are never raining, why not have a biome that is raining all the time? It would add to a mood that doesn't exist currently, but you could at least kind of go with. You know? I mean, he doesn't know, but... Kitty cat there, but, got some in there. I got any more blackstone? No. But I do have more than enough of this, so I can use it on things. I mean, I think that's their biggest problem. Really and truly, is they just... They're just missing atmosphere. And this isn't gonna get fixed unless they somehow change their mind. And again, I mean, maybe I'll be proven wrong and they will, but it's like, even for a drop, it's like at least stick to your guns. If you want it to be creepy, make it feel creepy. It's just boring. It honestly feels more like... Like, I'd love to see more... It's just... Yeah. It's not really creepy. It's not really scary. It's not exciting. No, it's supposed to be a twisted version of the dark oak forest. Except that they only used the oak. They didn't do a twisted version of the birch. I think that could have helped it a little bit at least. To do that. Like, come on guys, at least pretend. Well, they didn't do that. Beyond that, for a pale garden, there's... I mean, I get they added flowers, but that does not make a garden. Adding one flower that kills bees. Like... Yeesh. But for some reason, bees don't... They end up going to and being poisoned, and it's just like... At least program it for the bees not to go to them. They're gonna poison them. Bees aren't that stupid. Alright, I need more. Yeah. And heck, I mean, why is this even a thing? The answer's simple. The reason it's a thing is because I don't think they really wanted to... I honestly am left with, it's like... We're supposed to go to ooh and ah and be like, oh, this is amazing, they've done it again. And it's just like... obviously people didn't, you know? Because there just wasn't that exciting. Yeah. I don't disagree. It's a strange choice, and as I said, it's basically, to me, I think the biggest thing is it's just like I said, I think everybody was supposed to be in love with the biome and be like, oh, and it's just like, it wasn't. Yeah. How they envisioned it. You know, I mean, other than the shills who've also, rather, the people who also believe that, oh, but we only paid for the game once ever and we get free updates forever. It's like, no, that's not how that works. Anyway, I don't know. I am left with this, like, it's the same thing going back to the whole, it feels like they're just like, and I'm sure it's not the case, mind you. I mean, if it was, then that's a whole different can of worms. But, like, it sometimes feels like it really is malicious complaint. Like, well, you wanted flowers? Well, here's your flowers. It's like, people just wanted it to feel more like a garden. They didn't, like, you didn't have to do flowers either. There's other options. There's other things. I'm not saying that like they have to do any one thing. It's just like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, and like I said, you could disagree with me on this. It's just, I don't know. It's how it sometimes feels. Again, I'm not saying it definitely is this way. It just, kind of reminds me of basalt deltas. Yeah, you have things you can do. Honestly, I still go with, I don't think they needed to necessarily even have flowers. I just think they should have had, like, something garden-esque. Fair enough. And I think, honestly, that would have helped a lot. Just to have it be... a garden, you know? The problem is that they can't it feels like they're the ones with no creativity. Oh, I mean, yeah, your idea is cute. I'm not saying like that. I'm saying, like, how do I put this? So, there's 1,000 things they could have done with everything. And like I said, there's ways to make a garden that aren't just flowers. Yes, that was what people were requesting, but the reason they were requesting it was because, well, obviously that's the first thought you're going to have with a garden, but beyond that, it just was like, it felt empty. You need something. But they didn't have to do that. If they didn't want to do flowers, they could have done something else. They could have done, like I said, the hedge maze. They could do a garden. They could just do something that presents the vibe of garden. Can say, oh, it was a garden at one point and it's not now. Yeah. Also, for... And this is the thing I think is the worst part, though, is it's meant to be a twisted version of the Dark Oak Forest. So, just... Like, they could have called it... So why call it a garden? The Dark Oak Forest isn't a garden, it's the Dark Oak Forest. Right? Yeah. They could do... Exactly. They could do the shrubbery. Or broken down shrubbery or whatever. I mean... Heck, I mean, they could have had the normal flowers, but pale and white, or whatever. They really wanted to go for flowers, but they didn't want to do that, obviously. So it's like, you can do other things. And still get the same result, and potentially a better result. Yeah. They could have done herbs. They could have had... They could have added patches of lavender. Well, they have lilacs, but they could have added lavender and thyme and or oregano or rosemary. Well, the thing is, they could add them to just be simply put, you mix it with steak, you get better steak, right? And it adds it a separate effect, maybe, akin to, like, suspicious stew. Voila. Basically make a product that is, at its core, reskin suspicious stew, and there you go. You have a new item. Food-wise, you have a new plant, herbs that do these new, like, different herbs or whatever that can do something different. Yeah. Exactly, or you can do, like I said, yeah, generic better steak TM. Or hey, you could have where one of these herbs makes it so that the wardens don't go after you. Adding a connection to the pale whatever garden and the ancient city. Just funsies. Or again, we can go back to the whole discourages certain mobs. After all, certain smells do, in real life, deter pests. Like, for example, you could have basil or a sage, right? And that could be used to discourage zombies. Or whatever. From spawning. Or zombies and skellies. And then that's a way to have less mob spawning that's not the creaking. You can have where around those patches, maybe. The spawns are different. Or less. Or whatever. And you know what? You could basically have a nice green plant that way, or with a little bit of purple, or whatever you're doing, depending, because purple would be lavender. Alright. I'm just trying to finish the day. Yeah, no, I was just saying to give it a connection, but yeah. Like, I honestly was overall just saying you could have certain mobs don't like certain smells. Or attracted to certain smells rather, blah. Like, for example, maybe creepers like rosemary, because rosemary, cats don't like rosemary, right? But ravagers don't like rosemary as well, you know? You could create a whole system. But I think that'd be too much for them to do at this point, definitely. And I think even when they announced it would have been too much to do. But it would have been something. To just even have them and then later add effects like that. And you also have the... Yeah. Well, they need to work on the AI anyway, but... Beyond that, all that means is it's more like they're spawning, right? So, for example, let's say a raid is happening, right? If you have rosemary patches around the area, especially right where they're like spawning, then ravagers maybe don't spawn no matter what, right? Because ravagers don't like rosemary. Or whatever it would be. I just picked rosemary because cats like it. Or don't like it, but that makes it simple. But then obviously cats also don't spawn. See, it doesn't even have to be AI. It can just... Or their AI, rather. Yeah. I'm just saying that's where I was thinking it would work. It just prevents spawning, basically. And a radius around it. Like, let's use this mushroom a second to be, like, giving a visual here a second. So, like, if you were to put the mushroom here, then if you were to maybe go out, like, 5 blocks from that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or whatever, then up to this point, so, like, this would have spawn ability, but here, all the way around, maybe there's no spawning ability. Right? Yes, exactly. I mean, although they can just have where they run away, because the hoglins run away from these things, so that also could work. So that is actually programmed into the AI. Oh, there they are. Not today, thank you. I'm about to finish, and I'd rather finish on a positive note. Yeah, exactly. But in general, I'm just saying, I think... I could see doing something like that, introducing a mechanic that allows you to prevent spawn, but maybe around small areas, right? small circles. It's better to just light up your base, but if you don't want a specific thing, maybe, for example, you have around your mine shaft, you can have, let me think, what would be good? Citronella or lemon balm. Yeah, you have lemon balm around your mine shaft, so when you come upstairs, and around your nether portal, so when you come upstairs and you find out it's night, phantoms don't immediately spawn because they're deterred by it. Because they're basically insects. I don't know. Use clothes in general, like, against things, and it's to be fun. You have to work out what herb does what. Or yeah, they could make their own fantasy plants. Maybe spiders don't like Spidernella. Or rather, Spidey be gone. And so they stay away from it. Maybe creepers are just it's like like you said, if they're making their own, you could call it, like something exploding, maybe. I know it sounds like a Spider-Man deterrent. I thought about that, but at the same time I was like, but you could still go with it. I mean... Alright, this should almost be done. I can't check, though. There we go. Alright, adults did. Refill happening. Yeah. Anyway, overall though, like I said, it just, you could have something. Yeah. It does sound like a bug spray. I was using a more comedic name than just... Huh? Okay. I mean, you could have all sorts of names for it, though. You could have... Spiderums. I don't know. Point being, overall, just... They had options. They went with none of them. And I think, honestly, it's a little disappointing. I have so much chicken cooked. It's not even funny. Alright. So that's 7 extra there. Alright. But anyway, I was just saying, you have options. You can do different things. The point is, it should be some form of garden. At the end of the day, there should be something that indicates actually garden, rather than just fancy, Yeah. Alright. Oh, I think the sun's setting again, so I'm gonna put these away and then sleep and then be done. Alright, for realsies now. I let myself get distracted and I shouldn't have. What else did I pick up just now? Bricks. Anyway. I think at the end of the day, the real answer is just... There's things they could have done, there's things that would have been interesting. They did none of it. Yeah. True, you could do something like that. Don't disagree on that. There we go. And just gonna fill this in really quickly. All the way to here. There we go. Alright, I think what I would want to do from here is potentially actually have this, instead of going all the way down, we could have it kind of ending up here. So the area is just kind of cut off. I don't know, I kind of like it. Alrighty. I got a lot of work done today, actually, despite everything. As far as looks go, at least. Got more of the road done. Got another building kind of built up a little bit. It really does fill out the area. I should finish more of that, but it fills the area out more. By doing this. Maybe I do... one more thing. Just because I can. I know I shouldn't. Alright, and... yeah. I mean, honestly, it's becoming harder to wander around in this area as well because I'm actually filling things in, doing things up. Which is the idea. Alright. Okay. Come over here. Let's do this. And then, oh, I need to go through the chicken garden. Or not garden, I need this. I hear you, buddy. Last time of the night, literally. Alright, and... oh, I... Alright, okay. Five. Dude. And boop. And finally, boop. Okay. I'll probably add another one on the other side as well, but it's just to kind of start looking like a road. Yeah? It looks like a road. It's starting to actually look like a city street. Which is nice. Alright, but I do need to finish. It's been a pleasure having you. I hope to see you again tomorrow for some Stardew Valley. As we'll be doing some Stardew Valley tomorrow. I hope you have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I hope you have a wonderful, if it is night for you, I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. And, yeah. Bye-bye!